Good morning. Habari. Welcome to day 4 of our meeting, EI workshop. And a very good morning to our online colleagues. And thank you so much for rejoining us today. After we abandoned them yesterday and we went for an excursion. I think, as you might have seen in our timetable, that every year we always plan to go for an excursion, because as AFROSAI-E, when you are looking at extractive industries, we always say it's a peculiar area, and it's also nice to also link the theory to what is practically happening on the ground, and hence we are having all these excursions on an annual basis. Maybe just for the sake of those that didn't join or that were online, we just have a nice recap. We compiled a nice video just to see what went down yesterday. Tim, can you play the video for us? Okay, while the team is still searching for the video, maybe just a reminder for the site presentation, please drop our offense an email for your presentation. makofika. Clap hands, right? In Swahili. Makofika. Okay, all right. I'm trying. So this is just basically a summary of what transpired yesterday. Basically, we went to one of our auditees, the National Audit Office auditees, called the Gas Company of Tanzania. And the Gas Company of Tanzania is the subsidiary of Tanzania TPDC, Petroleum Development Corporation. So their main mandate is to maintain the infrastructure for the natural gas in Tanzania. So basically, that's the auditee that we visited yesterday. All right. I think without any further ado, I would like to call upon South Sudan just to give us a brief, 5 minutes brief in terms of what transpired yesterday. Salvador?
Good morning, colleague. Good morning. This is a recap for yesterday excursion to Gas Supply Company Limited, Gasco, a briefing from the engineers at the station. The first thing that we have a general introduction about the company. It was started in 2015 by the Chinese company, where some engineers from the local Tanzanians were joined. And then after that, we are also brief about the pipelines from Madiba, Matera, and Songo to Dar es Salaam. And the pipeline was actually about 36 inches, and then to Tergeta receiving station is 16 inches. The capacity from Madiba to Kenyereza is about 784 millimeters, which can be increased to 1,002 in the nearest future, where the station come from the source, the pipeline, and then it come to Madiba, where they started the cleaning of the gas, and then from there it is proceed to the headquarters, where yesterday we are brief about when it reached to the headquarters here, to the gas supply station in Dar es Salaam, where they reach the station called high temperature. And we have been informed about the processing on the high temperature there, how it proceed until it is reached. The final cleaning was made in the high temperature to be a clean and ready for the use. And then from there, it continued to the next level, where it goes to the low temperature, and then in low temperature, it is also we have been taken all the process there, and then from there it come a clean energy for the use for the people of Tanzania, and then from there, this is an overview about the processing where they took us through, yesterday. And then there we continue to the main control room, where we have so many questions to the engineers and then the people at around that area. And then in the main room, the first things that we noted that the issue of local content are not being there, because the company now is owned by the Tanzanians. Is the one controlling, is the one managing, and we know that in issue of oil and gas, we have issue of local contents there, where you find sometimes the majority are from the foreigners while the national are. But we want to say thank you, the Tanzanians, you have owned the process. That is a good initiative that you have made. We hope all of us will also take a lead on that. Regarding in the main control room, we have asked so many questions where we say the issue of export was raised, and then we are being informed that the quantity that they are still having is not enough for them to sell to export. It is now still a home consumption. They are using it for the home consumption, and that is for the governments, factories, and the other big companies. Because even we are also informed that it is still expensive for the citizen to use it. So most of the gas goes to the companies and the government. And then also we have the issue of security. We also was raised, and also we are being informed that in all these stations there is a police where they are taking control of it. In the other areas where they have engaged the local communities, where the pipeline is passing through, and then to make sure that the security of this facility is well protected. And to do that, they have initiated something that they can give to that local community depend on their needs, whereby they can build schools and health centers, and also they come with another initiative that they can give cash to the local community authority, where if they have, for instance, a chief that is in charge of that, the money goes to them, to their account, so that they know their needs, so that they can use that money to develop the area. And also we are asking about the authorities for that. I know they have the act for 2015. I think that one was not an issue. And then also they have some challenges where they face, like they bring to us the issue of last year, where the flood have mostly occupied most of the areas in this country, and it has affected the pipelines. And also we have been also informed that taking through the process where we have seen during the presentation on the screen, the pipelines, we have seen the green and the red line, and the question was raised on that, where we are informed that the green is the process, it is working. And then the red is, some of this may be under maintenance, and then the others maybe it was closed for the certain reason. They know as engineers. I think this is a graph few that I have grabbed it. Maybe if there's any addition, my colleague can add. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Asofado, for that brief presentation. You know, I was talking to the colleagues yesterday, the Tanzanian colleagues, and I was saying I've never felt so important yesterday, having a police escort the whole day, just skipping the traffic. And thanks to our host, Sai Tanzania, AAG, and the team, you really did well in terms of making us comfortable and that our excursion ran smoothly. I know it's Friday today, hey? And we need to go for shopping so that we can boost Tanzanian economy. So I would like us to be straight to the point, and I think maybe without any further ado, I would like to introduce my colleague, our very own Bobo Frederick, IS Technical Manager at AFROSAI-E, who's going to be taking us through digitalization and what is the status in our region in terms of digitalization and some of the challenges that we are facing. Karibu Bobo. By the way, he can speak a bit of Swahili.
Asante dada.
Asante sana. Over to you, Bobo.
Umesikia?
Yes. Okay. Umesikia?
Good morning, Nikki. Let me make it easy for you. I wanted to find out whether you can get me.
Where?
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to give you a presentation this morning. Although, of course, there is one thing, no matter how much we can be digitally connected, that we cannot do is to enjoy the pleasure and the company that physical interaction gives us. I saw from the video everyone had a good time at the power plant, so it was good that the team enjoyed. I'm just putting up my presentation now. I hope it won't fail me. Okay. All right. Okay. I think it is up there. Josie, if you can see it, give me a thumbs up. I think you are the only person I can quickly recognize on that side. All right. Thank you. So this morning, as Nikki has introduced me, my name is Bobo Frederick. I am from the AFROSAI-E Secretariat. I am the IS audit manager, so I deal mainly with the IS audit issues as well as also some IS management aspects. Today in the presentation, I think I just kept wondering why we had made this session to be on the last day, but I think it was to ensure that we are hyped after the excursion. So we are going to look at, or I want to actually just give a presentation on the AFROSAI-E digitalization concept. But also we take cognizance of one of the things that we had indicated in the program, as well as announcement, to talk about aspects around cybersecurity, and also how some of these things would affect the EI sector. So my objective for the presentation is to give us just an understanding of why there should be focus on cybersecurity in organizations to protect data, even organizations like, say, the one that we visited yesterday, as well as also importantly, the larger part will be to talk about the AFROSAI-E digitalization initiative, and also what you should expect from this. In my thinking and making this presentation to actually combine the cybersecurity aspects as well as the digitalization, it's of course very related aspects, but it is definitely two things that always require a good and detailed session individually. So I asked, I think one of the AIs that I think a lot of us keep using, ChatGPT. I actually asked whether it will make sense or whether my participants will actually get the benefit of combining this presentation on digitalization as well as cybersecurity. So this was the response. So ChatGPT, I think, gave me some kind of, I don't know whether it should be a disclaimer or something, but it was saying combining digitalization and cybersecurity in one presentation is like merging a blueprint with a security manual. While both are crucial for modern business operation, each demands dedicated attention to detail strategy to address their unique complexities effectively. But yeah, so I'll try and just divide the presentation as we go along to maybe, first of all, just give a context as to where are we currently, what are we seeing when it comes to this digitalization drive in the region. Are we actually going with it, or are we not actually doing anything around it? Then we'll talk about what digitalization has brought, what are the challenges or impact that it's actually brought. And this is where I want to focus a bit on the cybersecurity, because I think that's one of the key challenges that it keeps bringing. Then from there, I will then dive into the AFROSAI-E digitalization concept to actually let you know what are we as a secretariat actually doing to respond proactively to this digitalization drive, and also some of the initiatives that we can expect to actually do at SAI level for not just EI, but a lot of other sectors and aspects which the SAIs are looking at. So that is how the presentation is structured. Maybe just a bit of a reflection. I know we have people from SAIs and those outside SAIs. Maybe let's take a moment. I think the first two slides that I have here, as in this slide and the next slide, I want us to maybe just reflect and keep asking ourselves these questions, and we'll keep coming back to this. If we were to ask ourselves in this digital transformation maturity ladder, right? Where do you think your organization or your site is? Is it at foundation, where maybe at foundation nothing is happening on the digitalization front? Or are you maybe on the exploration, where you're actually now trying to see, okay, what are the possibilities? What is there? What can you do to maybe digitalize, say, for instance, HR function or accounting, or maybe our core business of audit if you're coming from the side? Or are we maybe at expansion, where we've already explored, we've probably also maybe digitalized certain aspects and we are maybe making the circle bigger? Or maybe are we optimizing our digitalization drives in the site? So here we are not just talking about automation for the sake of automation, but we are really optimizing. Or are we at the very tail end of this ladder, where there is actual disruption, where some people are even being declared redundant because all of a sudden the job that Putti was doing, now we can do it with an AI? Or that kind of thing. Can we actually introspect and see where are we? I don't know in the room whether there are any of us who are already at disruption at the tail end. I don't know. By show of hands, is there anyone who's at disruption?
By show of hands, colleagues, where are we when it comes to digitalization? If I don't see hands, I'm going to put people on the spot.
Okay, let's maybe start asking by, is anyone in the exploration phase? Anyone in exploration phase?
Anyone?
In expansion?
We have South Sudan here.
In South Sudan, now we are using 360, that is Microsoft, and we are using Teams. All our working papers are we're using as digitalized. Then we're using online meetings. That is where we are.
Okay.
That's all the working papers now are in the Teams. Meetings are online. So that is where we are. So you can evaluate us where we are between exploration or expansion.
I remember, if you may allow me, I think there were a few things that we had tried to implement at the time. It was not possible. So definitely, at least I can assess that you're not on the disruption side, at least not yet.
We are in expansion or in exploration? In between.
All right. No, thanks. I think, colleagues, this transformation maturity just gives us maybe a point for us to actually just reflect where are we. And don't worry, I'll talk about what we mean when it comes to transformation or digital or digitalization. Maybe the other thing that we should now be thinking about also as we are in this session is, from a digitalization perspective, what is the impact of digitalization of audit? Or can we actually say there is any impact that it can play? Then also, we always talk about AFROSAI being living principles of INTOS IP12, right? How can audit also play a role maybe in this digitalization? And maybe another question that would be good for us to be reflecting together with the slide that we are coming from is this other aspect to say, are we actually well placed to embrace or influence digitalization? I think this is a key question, colleagues, because we always talk about, yes, digitalization, and everyone at times almost talks about it from a cliche perspective, but really, are we thinking about how well placed we are to actually embrace this? Because yes, you may want to go under a digitalization drive, but the question is, are you digitalization ready? Maybe to actually just kind of like pose a few questions maybe to the audience and the room and to put it into perspective. When we talk about the state of the region, and these are just without going into specifics as to who or where, just to maybe think about a few random facts that we have. When it comes to core systems, I think it is very good that most of us actually in our countries that we are coming from, out of the 26 member countries, I think 22 of them in the region are using IFMIS, right? When we go further in terms of their own management or strategy around ICT, we actually see that 12 of the SAIs actually have no ICT strategy, right, at SAI level. Then from the audit management side, it is good to also note that I think slowly we are increasing the number of people who are automating their audit management processes, where we are now seeing this move from 10 in the past to now 12. And also other aspects is to talk about the ICT support that we actually have in our own organizations, where we are seeing IT staff in the size actually having reduced from 255 in 2021 to actually 226 in 2022. And there are other things here that you can actually now even reflect on to actually say, if you consider the question that I asked previously to say, are we actually placed well to actually go in this digitalization drive? And here the reflection actually is that, can we actually sustain automation? Can we actually also ensure that we can go with the digitalization drive if already we are not actually having deliberate strategies? We are also actually not having people in our organization to drive these IT departments of ours. And also taking it a bit further from the audit side, we are actually talking about aspects of even the IS auditors in the region. I think it's always been a topic or issue where we always see the percentage reduction in IS auditors, and we keep thinking to say, in the question that I asked previously, whether we can actually be able to embrace or whether we can actually impact digitalization. Do we think we can actually do so if we are not investing in the right skills, or we are not actually having the right numbers to actually deal with some of these things within the size? Food for thought. Narrowing now down a bit more further to the topic at hand, colleagues, I want to maybe just put it into a bit of context. When we are talking about this digitalization drive, I think there are three main definitions or aspects that we always keep seeing, and at times these are used interchangeably, at times of course wrongly, but at times we get to understand more or less the context as to where they are being used. When we talk about the digitization, maybe as a start, we always just talk about this is the point where we are trying to then just move from analog or manual to actually just going to digital form. So it's just getting into digital, right? Then when we talk about digitalization, we then start talking about aspects where we are not just automating, but we are also just changing the business model, and we are then now using digital technologies to actually even bring in an aspect of optimization. So digitization, just automating. Digitalization, we then talking about aspect of us also then bringing in efficiencies and bringing optimization. Then when we get to the transformation part, this is now where we talk about fundamental change, where we start talking about actually business process reengineering, total business process reviews to say, this thing that we are doing, have we actually been doing it right from the start? How can we actually totally change it? So in the transformation, it is really something that is the disruption aspect coming in there. So those, I think, are the key things that I want to just have you to actually have in your minds when we're talking about this. So from a digital transformation perspective, I think if we were to look at all these three definitions, I think one of the things that we should be thinking about is probably for any organization or anyone who is trying to go around this digitalization or actually really optimize, they are probably thinking or having in their minds the digital transformation as their end goal. But of course, there may be some steps or ladders that they have to go through before they actually get to that end game of the digital transformation. As we are talking about this digitalization in size in public sector, there are certain things that we then also need to now be looking at to say when we talk about impact of digitalization on public sector and size, what are the potential impacts that we can probably see? I think there has been a lot of discussions around this area, and also what I have in the slides are discussions which were actually coming from the 2024 governing board meeting of AGs in Uganda, where they were actually saying, you know what, some of the things that we are actually seeing or that we actually see is aspects of the nature of jobs and skills totally changing. Whereas in the past, we were okay with bringing in auditors who might not have any digital skills, but now we cannot afford to actually bring in auditors who do not have these digital skills. Then also other aspects of the ability of the site to actually do their own work is being affected, where you talk about maybe required expertise. And I've also even given a few statistics there, where we are seeing more systems in governments, and then we are actually looking at them to say, are we actually auditing these systems? To even just reflect on maybe where we had the excursion yesterday, where we went to, Gasco? You probably find a lot of systems like they actually have a SCADA system there, and we also maybe try to reflect all of us where we are coming from. Have we actually audited the SCADA systems that we have? Do we actually have the right expertise? So these are some of the impacts that we actually seeing from a digitalization front. And also, if you look at the fourth bullet point here, where we talk about this this concept that I kept on struggling with when doing my audit at school, the expectations gap. We are probably seeing that the expectations gap may actually grow, whereas stakeholders who have access to real-time information, at times maybe information that we might only be looking at different times, or maybe at all the time, and probably they'll be then be demanding more if they're already seeing maybe what is actually being spent on particular project, how projects are actually moving, because they really have a lot of access to information. They'll probably be demanding a lot more from us, and there'll be of course need for AGs and SAIs to probably giving more real-time feedback, and also to actually have more timely audits. I think in COVID we actually saw a lot of these audits that were being coined. Is it real-time audits, or is it? I've forgotten the term. Edmond would remind me the term that we were using. So these are things that we are seeing which will be impacting size when we talk about the digitalization front. And also, when we are looking at this digitalization, I think there are a few challenges that that size have actually been talking about, to say, you know what, yes, some of us may want to actually walk the digitalization journey, but there are some of us who are still facing challenges. Even before we start thinking of the ultimate vision of maybe even doing digital transformation, we need to first of all start crawling before we can actually walk, and before we can actually run with the digital transformation. So we talk about some of the challenges that SAIs are faced with, and this also again coming from discussions at governing board. I think there was aspect of limited resources. There is aspect of complexity of legacy systems. Then also another one, a risk aversion, where at times we are seeing that, okay, yes, there is potential in what this digitalization can bring, but there's also a lot of risks that we do not want to actually face head on. And also it's the skills gap. I mean, if you go to any place, if we're to talk about digital skills, maybe to even make it a bit more simpler, maybe let's talk about even data skills. If we're to actually introspect even in our own size, how many of our size are actually currently having maybe say data scientists, whereas we are actually looking at a lot of data. Some of us are even thinking of having data warehouses, but we do not have scientists who are actually best placed to actually handle some of these aspects. Then there is also the change management, where people want to continue doing business as they actually did. People do not want to change. At times people say, you know what, yes, we want to change, but there is the aspect of walking the talk. So when it comes to this digitalization drive, I think there is really a change management where people are not yet ready to really walk their talk. And also, I think another critical challenge that we've seen with a lot of the size, it's the aspect of the lacking of required infrastructure. So yes, there may be political will. Yes, there may be strategic direction. Yes, there may be a change management readiness or program, but where we lack infrastructure, I mean, it's one of those things where you say, okay, you know what, you may only do so much. Then there is also the other aspect of the data privacy concerns, and maybe to even broaden it, apart from the data privacy, it's also maybe a legislative framework. Some new technologies maybe require you to actually use, say, as an example, cloud technologies, but not every jurisdiction that we come from has got legislation which guides. So maybe not every jurisdiction where we come from has got legislation which allows this to actually go outside your premises. But it's those challenges that we actually keep seeing. And one of the other key aspects, and I think this deals with the thing of the risk aversion, where a lot of us, I think, associate a lot of cybersecurity with the aspect of going digital, digitalization. Yes, of course, to some extent. When we talk about us now digitalizing, us running through the digitalization, there is a lot of interconnectivity of systems, of networks. And with these networks and systems, then of course comes in the other aspect or downside that a lot of us keep fearing. And this is the aspect of the cybersecurity. And this cybersecurity risk or threat, I think, is not just only in the extractive industry, but I think all industries across, everyone who's just connected to someone always has this this threat of cybersecurity. Because if, say, for instance, a system is in an entity, and maybe in the olden days it was on a localized desktop and just operated there and wasn't connected to any system, the threat landscape was totally different. There were no cyber threats. But immediately that we then started connecting this computer to other computers and to other networks, and we then exposed them to other cyber threats. And of course, a lot of these common cyber threats that we have been seeing in the extractive industry, I think, are the common ones that all of us always know about, but all of us always fall prey to. It's the aspects of malware, ransomware, phishing, social engineering, insider threats. And at times, usually when we talk about cybersecurity threats, colleagues, people try to think very sophisticated, but it is really the small, useless areas that you do not pay attention to, which always get you down. Hence, these cyber crimes are always perpetrated using some of these yesteryear methods of the same social engineering. For some of us who love certain sports or certain activities, you always get emails which are always directed towards that, and you always keep thinking, okay, why do I get this? But you always forget that your searches are around that. So you always get social engineering and phishing. So from the industry specific, also when we look at other aspects that we've been seeing in the EI around cybersecurity, it is of course attacks on industry control systems. Yesterday we were at, is it GASCO? You will say there, GASCO. I hope we took note of what control systems that they actually have. Now imagine such a control system now being exposed to attacks, or being interacting with other networks, and then people getting to actually control that. It can be something very catastrophic. Other things that we've also been seeing on the EI landscape is aspects of supply chain vulnerabilities, as well as also environmental and safety risks. A few examples around the EI of cyber threats, I think, just then give you a perspective as to why we then need to be having this aspect of cyber, probably even at a strategic level. Even when we are auditing this extractive industry, we then need to be ensuring that, yes, the clients that we are auditing are actually cyber safe. A few examples actually that we see is maybe attacks on Nigeria's oil and gas sectors, where we have seen some disruption of operations and some financial losses. I don't know in the meeting whether we actually have anyone attending from Nigeria. It would be good to actually hear if there were any of these threats that actually came under the radar, where the AG had to maybe go and do some audit or investigations?
Yes, Bobo.
Yes. Is there someone from Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay, great. It would be good if they know of any of the ones. I didn't know whether I could actually even itemize some of the ones that were happening, because, with cybersecurity, there is a lot of the attacks or security vulnerabilities, and which are usually not reported. So people are scared of reporting. Yes, do we have anyone from Nigeria? Do they want to reflect on, or can I proceed? I see there is someone also putting up their hand there.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
SAI Nigeria has been involved in an audit on the crude oil losses. It's among the most recent audit that is launched by the Extractive Industries Unit. We've launched a pre-study upon the losses of crude oil, as it has become a continuous issue in the sector. And we've seen so many media issues, local and international, whereby so many militants in the Niger Delta region have been engaged in oil bunkering. So as it appears, there's a lot of connival, whether with security agencies or with the communities, the host communities. They tend to be involved in the bunkering of crude oil. And government has not done much to contain the situation. But the government was able to declare it as a challenge, because the former Minister of Finance, as you know, we have a new government now. The previous government declared that in 2022 at the World Economic Forum that Nigeria is unable to meet up its budgetary needs due to crude oil losses. Because Nigeria has been producing about 2.2 million barrels previously in the previous administrations. But since 2021, last quarter of 2021, 2022, the number fell to below 1.5 million to like 1.1 to 1.2 million on a daily basis, which is like half of our production. And the main reason behind it was theft. It was declared theft by the government. So looking at that, we as an audit institution, Extractive Industries Unit, we took that as a motivation, as a key motivation, since the government has declared to the world through its Minister of Finance, these are its challenges. Because due to the losses of crude oil, its earnings has dropped to the extent that the government cannot finance the budget. It has to rely on IMF loan, World Bank loans, different kinds of loans, whether from China or whatever, to finance its capital projects, or even the general government expenditure. So this has been the trend. And secondly, Nigeria had a Petroleum Industry Act that was passed 2021. That act gave the government the powers to create agencies that are meant for monitoring the upstream oil and gas sector and the downstream oil and gas sector. So for us to engage with our audit, we engage the agency, that is Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. They have the mandate to monitor our upstream sector. That is both onshore and offshore exploration. So, and another motivation we got from even the agency themselves, through media interview, the head of the agency declared that yes, there has been losses of crude oil due to theft, and there are other technical issues from the other companies. So that also built our motivation. So based on that and other emerging issues, we decided to launch a pre-study memo, which we were able to conclude that. Then we engaged with the agency. So in the course of our engagement with the agency, as you can see, we encountered a lot of gridlock over the audit. We can say impunity in place. But notwithstanding, we are trying to use all sorts of our own skills to see how we can carry on with the audit to ensure that this issue of curbing the crude oil losses is being taken into effect by government. And apart from that, we had certain expectations that upon completion of the audit, government will embark on digitalization of the security network of the oil and gas sector. Although they have a system that has been ineffective. So we wanted Nigeria to have a system like that we have in other countries that are major producers, that are major exporters of oil. They are also OPEC members, like the Saudi Aramco. They have a kind of a digitalized system whereby at every point, any quantity of oil taken will be declared there. So that was what the audit was focused on. So to see how the government can engage in assuring that ensuring that such a project is achieved in order to curb the crude oil losses. Because despite deploring security agents, the Navy, the civil defense, even the locals, upon that, nothing has been achieved. The situation has been deteriorating. At times, we just see on the media, a ship has been caught on the ship, all were bunkering. You see a ship taken from Nigeria, maybe you see some foreign business, foreigners on the high sea trying to collect the crude oil. So it's like it has become an organized crime, whereby a government uses about over 1 million barrels of oil daily, and not much is done. So at the moment, Nigerian government has resorted to borrowing, and it cannot meet up its OPEC quota. This is a country that has been producing 2.2 million barrels, is now producing 1.1 million barrels, and not much effort has been achieved to see that such things are coopted. This is one of the audits that we want to see that were achieved. But we had so many challenges. We have been like threatened or something, but we still have the we can still try to figure out the report through the statutory means where the agencies have failed. We want to see that how we can engage, we can declare such reports. Like they have a mandate to monitor, which they have not done. We feature that to the National Assembly. And we try to make a big publicity at the time we want to publicize the report. So we look at that. So if we're able to look at all the statutory compliance where the agency has failed, if we're able to declare it at National Assembly, maybe to make the National Assembly to make a move, at least to have a change of mind, because we're being told that we can't continue with the audit, but with determination, we're determined to see that yes, we continue in that way. So that's the situation. So thank you.
Thank you to our big brother for that detailed explanation. Bobo, you may continue.
Yes, thank you very much for that sharing from Nigeria. Yes, I think she's summarized it very well and given us perspectives, and hopefully during tea, some of the questions can even be going to her. And she also mentions aspects of things trying to implement security systems, and also maybe trying to also model countries like Saudi Arabia. I think these are countries where, when you look at cybersecurity, actually it still remains an area where there is actually a lot of investment in that regard around cyber, as well as also building a lot of cyber resilience. Yeah, thank you very much. So I think key lessons that we've actually been seeing in the Nigeria oil and gas sector, of course, lessons learned, it's aspects of, yes, needing a lot of employee training, advanced threat detection, like she's mentioned, where they are talking about needing a lot of security investments around their oil and infrastructures. And also it's the aspect of really the insider management. I think in a lot of these attacks, there is always an aspect of some insider who's always been there. And a few other interesting cases that we can also look at, colleagues. I think we've seen some cyber attacks in the Kenyan government, as well as also in South Africa. It's not been spared. We've had actually a few other times where we've seen councils' services totally blocked off, and people actually demanding some ransomware. And there is also one other example which I didn't know. Edmond, I think those who will be very key to detail will see that the presentation that Edmond and Nikki will share does not have this third example there. it is very difficult to talk about this last example minus being a bit political, but I want to avoid that. So this last example is a threat, a cyber threat, which or attack, which actually happened on a system similar to the one which we actually have in the plant where we went yesterday. So most of these power plants use systems that we call SCADA. I'm sure most of us have actually heard of that. Some of you who might have maybe audited maybe even your power plants, or maybe if you've got oil refineries, you actually find that these institutions would usually have SCADAs. Maybe also some of you who've gone to, where else have you seen that? Maybe in a brewery, large breweries. So imagine you have a system which is controlling all the operations of a particular industry, actually then being attacked, and someone is actually able to control what is happening there. I would encourage you to actually read up on this Stuxnet worm, which had disrupted Iran's nuclear program. But of course, because, like I said, it's slightly political, but it just gives you a perspective of the real threats of cyber attacks that we actually see there. So, I mean, why are we seeing these increased cyber attacks? I think we've been talking about in this session the aspects of the digitalization and a lot of emerging technologies, which sadly, or not really sadly, but I think because of the way that they are inherently made, these systems and these technologies, I think, can only be as useful as they probably are interacting with other systems. So of course, it is ability for them to access information from other networks, information from other systems, information from other technologies, other gadgets. So hence, we're actually seeing a lot of these increased cyber attacks, I mean, even in the EI sector, because of the emerging technologies. And when we talk about some of these emerging technologies, these are, of course, technologies which are nice to have. It's like asking in the room there, who wouldn't want to have a smartphone? I think there would be no one who would say they don't want to have a smartphone. But have we actually thought about the risks that come with owning a smartphone? Even from maybe an age perspective, when you have someone who's coming with a smartphone, you cannot have a meeting that you can actually 100% say has been confidential. Someone can record something. Someone can take a picture of something that you are doing. Nothing is secure with that. So it's the same with technologies. In fact, the other week I was actually telling my boss Josephine to say the phone that is given as an official phone in some advanced size is the phone which totally has got no internet, not these smartphones, but it's just because they don't want people to actually be able to take pictures or record anything or have any internet access. So we see these emerging technologies and trends actually being things which, yes, on the one hand, they bring in advantages and things that we actually want. They are business relevant, they are also personal relevant, but they are also the other downside where they keep then perpetrating some of the cyber attacks. So some technology advancements, so like say for instance, the IoT in extractive industry, aspects of big data analysis, AI threat detection, and also other growing and developing technologies keep on enhancing or making this environment rife for cybersecurity. So when it comes to other aspects or things that can be thought about, maybe from a cybersecurity as strategies to maybe kind of like prevent or avoid, are things that we then need to be looking at and ensuring that, yes, the industry, the entities that we are actually auditing or looking at or interacting with are actually putting in place these measures to ensure they are cyber resilient. Of course, we talk about the importance of them developing a cybersecurity strategy. So here it's really aligning cybersecurity strategy with your business goals. Yes, your business goal might be maybe to expand production, to be more efficient by implementing these systems. But then the aligning of cybersecurity is to say, okay, when we go with this efficiency, when we go with this development of this particular technology, what threats are being introduced? How can we then mitigate those threats? How can we ensure we have implemented right cybersecurity measures throughout the business processes? And also it's the aspect of collaborative efforts. Maybe to just give a very funny social example. Have we ever noted that at times in our social circles, we always have one person who might be, I don't know what the right term might be, maybe a social misfit or a delinquent, you might say. This one person might be the one person who, if you are maybe 10 in a department, this person goes to the 9 of you with a different but a very personal story about the problem that they have and why they maybe want you to actually lend them money, as an example. And you might find that all 9 of you have lent this one person money, but because the story was so personal, you have not shared it with anyone. So the day that anyone then breaks this story, that's when all the 9 will actually come and then think to say, you know what? We actually fell for the same trick. But why did we fall for the same trick? Of course, yes, it might be an aspect of, yes, we were maybe trying to maintain some confidentiality, but it is just an aspect of maybe lack of collaboration. But like I said, a very skewed social example. This is the same thing that we also see in industries. Usually the attack methods that are used would usually be the same. So you'd find that maybe an attack which, say for instance, the electricity supply company of South Africa would be hit by, it would be the same attack method that is used in Mozambique, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, because they're same industry and probably using same system. So a vulnerability that is discovered in one place will probably then be utilized in other places. So it's aspects where we actually say collaborative efforts is very important. Of course, sharing what can be shared. You maybe might not want to talk about a lot of detail around this, but a lot of industries are now talking about safe spaces where they can meet and interact, share information such that they protect one another. Then also other strategies that may be considered are aspects, of course, of risk assessment and managing, just always identifying your risks and prioritizing the assets and conducting these regular risk assessment. I think risk assessment never gets old in an entity. You may tell them to say, yes, you did a risk assessment a year ago, but the threats a year ago have changed to threats now. So it's very important that you have periodic assessment. And also it's the technical controls, the final controls which will actually prevent these cyber attacks. How are you segmenting networks? Look at, say, a system which controls where we went yesterday. This is not a system that you probably want to have your suppliers maybe seeing, or that you want to have your customers or the public seeing. So we talk about maybe need for some of these companies to actually be segmenting their networks, to also be implementing what we call endpoint protection. And also the other last part on the slide, it talks about the aspect of the human factor. And from a lot of us in technology, we always say usually the human, unfortunately, is at the strongest and always usually the weakest link in the security chain. So it's the aspect of how do we continuously ensure that we are continuously training people. How do you ensure that someone who is maybe in Gasco and he's on the SCADA system does not have his personal interactions, or he's not actually leaking data from there? So it's aspects of ensuring that people have adequate adequate awareness, adequate response planning to actually prevent these cyber crime and threats that we are seeing. So, having just looked at the downside of the digitalization, I think I went into the cybersecurity. I think usually growing up from back home, you would usually be taught the bad side about something before you are taught the good part. And I want to then also now go to the other good part and the positives that we want to see in this entire digitalization, and where as AFROSAI-E, we've also now come and say, you know what, let us have something where we respond to this digitalization. And if we were to actually pen it as maybe a vision statement, I think the vision statement would probably be something that looks, by the way, please, this is not the AFROSAI-E vision statement. I'm just saying if we were to pen it as a vision statement around digitalization, it is that we of course want to see that SAIs achieve digital transformation. So that is the very future for looking perspective. We want to see this digital transformation. And from our side, we have talked about the transformation as an aspect where we say, yes, this is where we will see SAIs leveraging various digital technologies to actually do fundamentally change and improve how they operate. You will see there are certain keywords that I have actually highlighted in bold. So it's talking about leveraging, fundamentally changing, and also improving. There is no point in going a digital route if there is no improvement that is happening, if there is also no beneficial change happening. Then also the other aspect that we also say is that digital transformation from our perspective is not something that will just be a technology aspect, right? In the previous slide where we were talking about some of the strategies around cybersecurity that entities can actually implement, we had the human factor. And remember, I said the human factor can be at times the strongest, and in the cybersecurity side, maybe the weakest link. But when we also look at it from the other side of the coin, where when we talk about, say, going this digitalization route, we always talk about need for a change management or a shift in mindset. So we talk about this digital transformation as also involving some mindset, some shift in mindset, and also a commitment to actually adopt digital tools. And why would we want to actually also have SAIs actually go this route? It's to continue remaining relevant, right? We want to ensure that, like, say, for instance, inside Tanzania, like you went for the excursion at GASCO. If GASCO is an entity that the SAI audits, we want the SAI to be able to actually continue auditing GASCO systems, to be able to actually audit data that is coming from GASCO. Like we also had our lady from Nigeria talking about the leakages which are happening in the value chain. We want to be able to actually interrogate data at all points to actually be able to see that, yes, this is how much we're losing, this is what we need to implement, thereby ensuring that, yes, SAIs remain relevant. So we want in this one, of course, that we can adopt new technologies. And when we talk about adopting new technologies, we won't be limited. But I mean, some examples given there, it's technologies like, say, for instance, AI and data analytics, and not just data analytics, but also taking it a step further, giving our data analytics some steroids, ensuring that we can actually be able to do some big data analysis. How can we actually also use cloud computing in our audit processes in the office itself? How can we also use automation to streamline processes to ensure that we can bring in efficiencies in what we actually doing in audit? So the things that the AFROSAI-E digitalization digitalization response has looked at as opportunities that will come from the projects that will be running, from the interventions that will have, aspects around, yes, bringing in internal process improvement. So internal process might be, say, for instance, even maybe audit is our biggest internal process that we have. How can we actually bring in automation? How can we actually maybe also have tools that we can use for auditing certain aspects? Then it's the second point there talks about the comprehensive audits. I think a lot of our SAIs have been saying they do comprehensive audits. So there, the idea was to just then also differentiate it. We want the SAIs to actually continue and do more comprehensive audits. Then it's also the aspects where we are seeing the opportunities. We want SAIs to be able to actually do some real-time access to information, and also having some effective as well as efficient quality assurance. And for us in the SAIs, I think there is one thing that we are seeing coming up. We've got 140, which is coming up, the quality management system. So how do we ensure that as SAIs, as we are waiting for that to become effective in 2025, how will we build in and have more effective and efficient quality, not just assurance, but quality management systems and processes within the SAIs? Then it's also the aspect of improving audit coverage. I think a lot of the SAIs are operating with limited audit capacity in terms of the auditors that they have. So how can we ensure that repetitive tasks can be automated? How can we ensure that maybe the data analytics that the SAIs do can actually be automated, and we actually have this information ready to the auditors to ensure that, yes, maybe they spend less time, such that they can widen their coverage. And also, we always talk about the auditors doing sampling. I think the concept has always been because of maybe, of course, other audit processes might maybe have wanted you to sample, but might also have been an efficiency perspective. But what if you can look at everything? What if you can actually draw conclusions on an entire population? I mean, these are things that we then start looking at. So it is also aspect of, yes, accuracy of findings. I think there is no AG who would want to be taken to court and their findings are actually challenged to say, you know what, there you said 2 million US was misappropriated, but when we actually do our analysis, it is actually 1 million. Not that the fact that they misappropriated is not there, but the amounts that were misappropriated might actually then be questioned. So how do we then ensure that we bring in these opportunities? These are things that we actually want to bring out in our digitalization drive. And when we look at the opportunities, really, I think this is speaking to the outcomes that we want to actually see in our digitalization strategy, which is still in the development phases, having come from discussions at governing board. So yes, we've talked about outcomes of increased audit efficiencies, enhanced data analysis capabilities, improved risk assessment and prioritization. I hope you're able to see what I'm showing. I'm seeing this is a bit, the colors are not friendly to the men especially, but I'm sure the ladies are enjoying the colors. Nikki, I hope it is visible.
Yeah, I think it's a bit clear.
There are aspects of also enhanced compliance monitoring. So greater transparency and accountability, which, yes, the citizens want. If we can also reduce fraud and corruption, and also outcomes of just capacity builds, skills development around what we are doing. So these outputs here now will basically be talking to things that we'll be doing and the activities that we'll be having around the digitalization, the AFROSAI digitalization journeys. So where we'll develop SAI information system policies, or at least assist SAIs to actually do that. Assist SAIs in developing strategies which incorporate digitalization, as well as also developing digitalization strategies. And these are things that we also need to be also introspecting. We cannot say, yes, our SAI wants to run this digitalization journey, but you do not have maybe a strategy for it, or maybe a strategic imperative for it, or something that speaks to it at strategic level. Then also we want to be able to develop and implement audit tools that can be used in the digital space. Then also we want to be able to assist SAIs with carrying out digitalization needs assessments and gap analysis. So when we talk about this digitalization needs assessment, it's really to say we want to be able to assist SAIs go through digitalization journey. One of the things that we would be able to start with is to actually see what are the gaps in a particular SAI, what are the things that they then need to achieve, what is the specific digitalization pathway for that particular SAI. Then also this will then help us develop the digitalization plans and roadmaps for particular SAIs. And in this digitalization that will be running through with each SAI, it will be something that will be running through over a 4-phase approach, which I'll talk about the phases. And the SAIs will always have what the executives keep referring to as kind of like exit points. So a SAI would be able to actually determine, say, okay, you know what, given what is there from a digitalization perspective, this is the path that we want to take, and this is maybe the exit that we want to take now. And this might be the entry point that we want to go in at another point. So these will be things that will itemize in the digitalization roadmap for SAIs, and we'll be assisting SAIs with developing digitalization, conducting first of all digitalization skills analysis, as well as also giving training on digital skills. And when you talk about digital skills, this will be varied from your data skills, from your data management or data analysis, from cybersecurity, and so on. And even as we look at these skills, the transfer, we are also looking at what is the best way that we can actually use digital means to actually ensure that, yes, these skills are being given to auditors. How can auditors have these skills on the go? How can we actually ensure that it is effective, not just the traditional e-learning, but something that is more interactive, and so on. So we'll also then have we'll have this training and aspects around digitalization or optimizing or procuring infrastructure. But of course, with this one, I think there is a bit of there's a bit of a disclaimer that needs to be given there. It will of course depend on SAI needs, as well as also what the projects will be able to eventually cover. So if I was to maybe just move on to actually now talk about this 4-staged plan, like I mentioned, when we run through this digitalization program with SAIs who will then be either participating or who we will then partner with to actually ensure that we run them through the AFROSAI-E digitalization program, it will be a 4-staged program, which will run from, first of all, us doing what we call the digitalization readiness. So here we talk about SAI selection, establishing digitalization state of SAI, as well as maybe also country, because certain aspects can also only be done within a particular environment. So we then need to establish that, yes, a particular environment is ready, is fertile for digitalization project. Then also at that readiness phase where we'll then be able to establish a site-specific digitalization scope to say, okay, if we are coming from Nigeria, this is where we are, and these are the aspects of our aspiration. And we say, okay, you know what? With you, maybe what you need, it's the cyber track. It is also maybe the digitalization track. It is also maybe the automation track. And it gets you to where the SAI wants to go based on their strategy. Then we'll have a specific roadmap. So with the scope specific for a SAI. Then the next level that we will be then taking SAIs through is what we then call the digitalization capacity development. So here where we talk about then building the necessary capacity, the necessary skills that the SAI will need for the scope of digitalization track that they are running through. And from there, it is what we are now calling the SAI then running through the digitalization shift. So what is this digitalization shift? Now, this is where the SAI or the auditor's hands are getting dirty. Here, this is where we are developing and implementing digitalized processes, where we are developing and implementing data analytics processes to actually support the SAI. And afterwards, we then, of course, then do the benefit realization to actually now evaluate. After the SAI has then gone through this digitalized processes, what have been the benefits? How can we actually strategize, or how can other SAIs actually also maybe get to learn from what a particular SAI has done? Ladies and gentlemen, the last slides just expand what I have talked about a bit in detail. I've talked about the needs assessment and capacity development. So here it just talks about what will then be done. And also, I'm just now focusing on the aspect of the digitalization now drives, where we talk about digitalization pilot audits, the tool development, here the knowledge sharing, the change management, then also other adoption and integration of various digitalization tools, techniques, and other processes based on the scope that a SAI would have gotten. And yes, maybe in conclusion, and I think I would like Edmond, if he's also in the room, to maybe, and Josephine, to maybe talk about a few things that I might have forgotten as I was trying to summarize this in one short presentation. I think if I were to summarize what I have been talking about, maybe this would be the 4 sentences that I would talk about. Where I would say, yes, organizations, those in most of the sectors that we are looking at, I think now more than ever, need to be probably focusing on cybersecurity measures to not just protect the data, but also to protect and prevent financial loss, to also protect and prevent the citizens being robbed of certain services that they are supposed to actually get. And of course, these effective cybersecurity measures, I think, will just help prevent or safeguard data breaches, as well as also social benefits to citizens, which we always want to be auditing and seeing that, yes, the citizens are getting social benefits. And from a wider digitalization perspective, I think the AFROSAI digitalization goal and aims and initiatives will aim at enhancing the capabilities that the SAI of the SAIs through digitalization. This, of course, will include adopting new technologies, innovative practices to actually improve efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency. And the last statement, I think, very important, just ensuring that the SAIs stay relevant. So the SAIs are then going through a period where there is a lot of digitalization in the space that they are operating in. For them to actually continue being relevant, they have to, of course, rise above the digitalization noise, or really navigate through the digitalization noise and actually get the right digitalized tools, the right processes, and the right things that are affecting audit or that are affecting audit processes. Thank you very much. Maybe before we get questions or comments, Edmond or Josephine, maybe if you would like to make any additions.
Maybe, Fred, can we try it this way? We just allow the colleagues to come in with the questions, and then Josephine will come at last. Is that okay?
That is fine.
Are you there, Bobo?
Yes, I am there. I just removed the presentation so that I can type the questions.
Ah, all right, okay. Any questions for Bobo? Saikinya on e-citizens, the cyber attack. Do you have anything there? Okay. Okay. While Saikinya is thinking about the question, maybe let me just hand over to the AG, Sierra Leone.
Good morning, Bobo, and thank you for that brilliant presentation.
Thank you, AG Aziz.
Yes, as you rightly stated, as Supreme Audit Institution, we have to adapt to the changes taking place in the environment that we work. Our clients are moving towards digitalization. So we as a side should not be left behind. We just have to be on board. We have no choice but to come on board. You catalog some of the challenges in terms of the funding, capacity, And for us to come on board also, you also mentioned for us to have a strategy and then a roadmap, yes, of how we intend to go about moving towards the digitalization that you mentioned. As auditors, we should also have it in mind that we have 3 key roles that we play. One, as auditors, we provide insights. When we go into audit ministries, department, and agency, that's an insight. We give insights about what is happening in the agency. We also provide oversight by working with PAC, the Public Accounts Committees in Parliament. We are providing an oversight role. And the third role that we have to perform is foresight. Foresight role, looking at the future. And the only way we'll go about that, Bobo, is when we move towards the automation or digitalization. Looking at the future, forecast. We cannot do it alone. We cannot do it manually. With the tools that are available out there, we'll be able to predict possible financial irregularities in the system. So that's why, as auditors, we should not be left behind. Also, talk about digitalization, Bobo. Sometimes the focus inside is skewed towards the technical aspect, which is auditing. But if we want to talk about digitalization of SAI, it should be the entire office, both the corporate and the technical aspects. You should not leave the other behind. They have to be on board, Bobo. But most of the time, the focus is on the technical aspect, the work that we do. Indeed, with the movement, it will enhance our work in terms of real-time audit that we do. It will also improve. And then in terms of the quality of work that we do, that will also be improved. The security of our data, when you talk about cloud, the iCloud, yes, security of data, sharing of information, the review of the work that we do, all this will help. That's why as auditors, we don't have a choice, as Bobo has said. We have to start planning, putting strategies in place, or now will move towards automation or digitalization. In some advanced sites, in fact, they have a whole unit called innovative division or lab or whatever. That's how they've moved forward. And but one important thing also, you know, we are all talking about AI. That will also pose a challenge to us as auditors. So that's why we have to embrace for the movement toward digitalization. It will definitely provide, there will be a lot of misinformation out there. So we as auditors, we have to be tactful also. We have to have a system in place. I will overcome such challenges. Because as auditors, we deal with facts. We deal with facts. So this misinformation that will be out there, we have to have a way of managing it. So those are just my few contributions. So I'll allow the other colleagues to comment.
Thank you, AG, as usual. Any other questions, colleagues? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll come to you, sir. I'll come to you, sir.
Good morning, Bobo.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
Fine, how are you? Thanks very much for your presentation. I just want to take advantage of your presentation to ask you around issues of change management, especially in our systems. You are aware of our audit management system? That is on and off. What I've realized is that people still want to hold on to the paperwork instead of using the electronic. So I just want to hear your take on issues to do with change management.
From a fellow Zambian, Bobo. Yes, let's take South Sudan.
Thank you. Where we are in South Sudan, I think we are depending on donors. Currently, the auditors, yes, we are using the teams and the support staff. They're using this, we call it Dodu system. But the moment that the cost of internet is very expensive in Juba. So if the donors does not pay it for the internet, then definitely we cannot have an access to those tools. Although we have enough budget in our approved budget, but in the methods of following the Minister of Finance to release it, there is a big challenge. Then the other thing that we have an advisor. That advisor, it was appointed by IDI. That under the project called it Management Change Project. It was appointed by IDI to support that. But still we need the assistance from AFROSAI-E. Yes, Minister of Finance, they're using IFMIS, but it was not integrated with the other units like Bank of South Sudan, then South Sudan Revenue Authority. That means it cannot generate a comprehensive financial statement because some of the other models, they are not using it. So we are there, but there is a challenge of finances. The moment that the donors cut off, then also we are going to where we don't know. This is where we are.
All right. See, there are no more hands. Maybe for you, Bobo, to take all the question. I also have one, and I thought maybe the team will also ask this question based on our excursion yesterday. If you remember, one of the engineers mentioned that their system that they are using is not connected to any government system, right? So the question is, I think someone asked if there is a threat to cyber security, and then they said no. So what I wanted to ask from you, Bobo, in terms of the cyber attack, to say, are they immune just because they are not connected to any government system? Then you can take all those 4 questions.
Thank you. Let me take the 4 questions. Gentlemen who've made comments and given questions, I hope you don't mind. Let me start with the lady's question. Yes, Nikki. So the entity that you were at, they mentioned that they are not connected to government systems, so hence they are not immune. I think I had mentioned this also in my presentation to say one of the things that increases the cyber threats is the connectivity to other systems. So yes, they are not connected to government system. It is good, but the question that you would then ask is, are they connected to other systems? Because connection to other system is then what then would bring this this threat. So if the system is just purely standalone, not connected to any network, yes, then you can say they are immune. But if they are connected to another network, or they are connected to even, say, some internet or whatever the case might be, then they are not immune. But maybe them not being directly connected to government, maybe it might just reduce the threat landscape, if you may call it that way. I think Sierra Leone, AG Sierra Leone Aziz just had some comments, which yes, I agree with. Definitely, the size have to adapt, and also it's not that. Also, there will just be a lot of fake information out there, but I think there is already a lot of fake information that is there. I think not too long ago, a lot of us have been hearing this phenomenon of deep fakes, where AG Aziz, a video of you giving a directive to your site can be done, and that is given almost as official communication, where it is actually not you who might have actually said something. So yeah, definitely can't agree with you more. On the Zambian question, I think that is where we got a question. In fact, Nikki, you would be happy to note that that gentleman, we did an audit together of one of the places where there is a similar system like where you went yesterday. Although we were not allowed to actually audit the system, but that's another issue. On the change management, if you look at why systems fail, one of the key reasons why systems fail is a change management aspect. And all of us, by the way, we always talk about change management, but the only unfortunate thing is that we never walk the talk of change management. Change, in whatever way that it is, always brings disruption. We're always uncomfortable about it, but if you never manage it, it will always bring disruption. So for me, my comment on change management, you cannot have a program of implementing even the most lousy of technical solutions, or even not a technical solution, minus change management. In fact, I always say change management should not be project specific, but change management should be an organizational aspect which is always there. I mean, there would always be changes or things where you need to manage change. It might be that, yes, you are implementing new strategy, you are implementing new working papers or new processes. A lot of people in our size have maybe shunned away from new working papers or new processes. That's because of a change management issue. It might not necessarily be a training issue, but it's a change management, telling them, why are we going a particular change route? I think that is very important. And also with the Zambian scenario, which I am very conversant about, it's something that is not different from any other side which wants to walk the automation route. You are moving from where a lot of the things were being controlled on your computer, people were not seeing it, only to the extent that you allow them access. all of a sudden you are automating to an audit management system where you don't know, first of all, who's maybe seeing what you are doing or what you are not doing. So there will be a lot of resistance from that perspective. So it is very important to actually have that change management to just ensure that there is proper buy-in. And this change management should not just be a once-off issue where you just say, okay, you have a change management training once and you think that is it. No, it is a continuous thing that you have to actually keep having programs for. Nikki, over to you for more questions.
South Sudan?
Oh, South Sudan, it was more or less a comment. Yes, in terms of maybe the assistance that they said needing, I think we can take this discussion further. South Sudan, I think we've always been there to say we can assist in areas where you think you still need assistance, even if you have someone who is there. And in any case, there is something that we've always been waiting for you to actually come back to us to support. So definitely available. Nikki, maybe you can take it a bit further and just get some specific requests that is needed to be supported in.
All right, thank you. Then I'll end with Josie. Okay.
Just a comment. I don't want to share experience with my Zambia colleague. Bobo, the use of the word change, for us in our size, we try to deviate or move from the word change. The mere fact you mention change, you instill fear in people. People start resisting. So what we do or use is development. Instead of change management, we say development management. Because with development, it's a stage by stage, you know. Just like innovation, when people talk about innovation, people think you have to come with something new. But even the existing systems you have, improving on them is innovation because you are introducing something new. So that step-by-step approach, that's what we always say to people. We are not changing anything completely. As you mentioned the word change to people, for them to move from paper-based to automation, fear comes in. So what we do is to say development, management. We are going to develop or improve on what we are doing.
Thank you very much, AG Aziz. I think that is a very interesting one to use a different word. Maybe AG, you might also be thinking about a different word that you refer to auditors, because when you auditors hear auditors are coming, they also get scared. So maybe we should also change our name. Thank you very much for that.
All right, Josie, can you conclude for us?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Frederick, for that comprehensive presentation on digitalization. And I really want to assure you that this topic, digitalization, it's one of the key topics that it's on our agenda is AFROSAI-E. And I think on the first day, Macy, our CEO, mentioned that the current strategy that we have is ending December 2024. We are working on a new strategy for 2025 to 2029. And digitalization is really one of the key issues in this agenda. And in May, we had the governing board meeting where all our AGs will be present in Uganda. And digitalization was one of the key issues which was discussed. We actually had groups, the AGs set in different groups to look at this issue and to envision what does digitalization actually mean for us as AFROSAI-E. And we have also not stopped there because there have been issues mentioned in relation to resources that are needed for digitalization. When we did our audit of donor fund conference, digitalization came out as one of the key resolutions that we are moving forward with. The one is harmonizing the requirements of donors, and the second one is digitalization. And in this respect, the digitalization is coming in as how can we, as AFROSAI-E, actually get resources from our donors and partners so that we can come together and tackle this issue of digitalization and fund some of the issues at the SAI level. So we were actually supposed to meet the donors on the 11th of June. It has been postponed. I think we'll be meeting them sometime in August, and with an intention of actually saying to donors, please come to the party, help us as AFROSAI-E in this digitalization issue. Frederick did mention that a size, if we don't take on this digitalization, we are going to lose our relevance. I also want just to make it as an individual, to say as an auditor, or like what AG Sierra Leone said, that it's not just about auditing, it's also the corporate. As an auditor or as a SAI employee in whatever form, if you are not embracing the issue of digitalization, then you are losing your relevance. It's really the auditor of the future, the SAI staff of the future is the one who embraces. Gone are the days when we all now look at the IS audit team to help us to do this and that and that. We must all go to it. Of course, we'll have differing levels of expertise depending on where you are in the SAI, but it's definitely for everyone. So you'll be hearing a lot about this. This is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josie. You've captured it so well. I think finally we have a comment online. Offense?
We have two comments online. The first one emphasizes on change management being a challenge itself. The second one, it's related to GASCO, saying that based on the explanation, based on the GASCO system, they are more prone to internal threat. To say that as much as they are connected to their own system, where they are not prone to external challenges or cybersecurity issues outside, the challenge might be the inside threats. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ziko Mabobo. And with that said, we shall link up. Asante san. All right. Thank you so much for your participation. I'm just looking at the time. As I indicated that we want to knock off a bit early by 1 o'clock. So can we take a break for like 15 minutes? If we can make it as working tea, so that at 11 we start with the side presentation. Is that okay? All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, again. I hope you are energized, well energized now, with both digitalization and tea break. So now it's your session. So we must hear how you have progressed since last year. So I would just like to emphasize since last year, because we've been having this status session every year. And for the time's sake, we must also limit time. And I know everyone wants to also knock off early. What I would just like to request is, if you have any slides on mandate and just general information, I request you to skip them, please. You know, because we know we have had this for all the years. So please just skip those slides. What is key is, what have you been doing in the EI audits, the progress, and any other activities? Can we please agree on this? Thank you, that's very great. There was a, so I don't know if we should go alphabetically, perhaps, even though Tanzania's presentation was displayed, but Offensa, you had any? Otherwise, I was thinking Gambia could get started.
No, I think any side that's ready, or any volunteers really, can actually.
I think Bai is
do it
ready.
that way.
Yeah, let's get started with. Or please come. Let's hear from Gambia, and then Kenya can get ready. And even though I say alphabetically, we haven't received all the presentations, but due to time's sake, I will just read the other names as we go.
Yeah.
Good morning and all. Whilst we wait for Offense to bring up the slide, I'll introduce. My name is Bai from the side of the Gambia. I'll be giving you our progress on behalf of the team. As a SAI, we started interacting in the extractive industries around 2019, following the SAI's first participation in the annual extractive industries. Since then, we have been fortunate to be one of the SAIs to benefit greatly from AFROSAI-E's capacity building, and we have achieved some milestones in that regard. So probably we'll start the presentation now, Offense. Okay, thanks. This way, okay. All right. Yeah, so giving you the update from 2023 to 2024, we did the stakeholder engagement and risk assessment, which convened a meeting of stakeholders that are operating in the extractive industry. This involved state actors, private sector players, CSOs, and the media. This was very critical in our drive to develop the risk assessment metrics, because it gave us the chance to establish the mandates, the responsibilities of the players in the sector. And I think, like Esther mentioned yesterday, we had the longest stakeholder engagement. We had this for a whole week, and it was very productive. From that workshop, sometimes we do receive messages from stakeholders asking us even how far you have gone. So expectations were risen from this engagement. It has also led to the finalization of the risk metrics, because we had, during the stakeholder engagement, prior to this bringing them together, we had seen overlaps of mandates. We could not understand who is responsible of what. But once we had them together in a room, it was easy to figure all of these things out. So it led to the finalization of the EI metrics in 2023. It also helped us in selecting our first EI topic regarding the audit of the extractive industries. So the second activity that we have been doing from 2023 is the piloting of the EI sector working group. The Gambia is one of the 5 piloting sites in the AFROSAI-E region. The EI sector was established in 2023 with a representative from each other discipline in the SAI, about a 15-member committee. Prior to the establishment of this EI sector working group, the activities of the extractive industry was mainly with the performance audit unit. They had custody of developing the risk assessment metrics. But once we had this EI sector working group now, we have officers from each audit discipline. So this is very important because it ensures that, in each audit unit, people are aware of what's happening in the extractive industry. They could also help in coming up with audit topics that would address audit risks in this sector. Key functions of this EI sector working group involve continuous scanning and watching of the EI sector. As we are aware that the risk metrics, never stops because there are emerging risks all the time. So this sector helps in continuously watching what's happening in the extractive industry sector. We also have frequent updates of the EI risk metrics. Thank you. Another function of the sector working group is frequently updating the risk metrics as we scan, having emerging issues coming in the sector. They are also responsible of monitoring the EI audit progress. Every month we do meet to report on how far EI audits are ongoing. Another important function of this group is to develop EI strategy and plans. So talking about EI strategy or plans, from 2019, the activities of the extractive industries were mainly guided by yearly plans. And in 2024, one of the plans was to have our first EI audit, which is currently ongoing, and also to develop the EI strategy. The development of this EI strategy is coming at a good time because the strategic development plan of the SAI is expiring this year. So this will enable the sector working group to streamline the EI strategy with the strategic development plan of the SAI. So this activity is ongoing. Hopefully, by the time we launch the strategic development plan of the SAI, we'll also have a strategy for the EI sector. So to give the update on the audits that we are doing, we are doing the first EI audit of the SAI, which is a performance audit on the monitoring of mining site by the geology department. The extractive industry in the Gambia is mainly centered around sand and gravel mining, although there have been announcements about possible, discoveries, but explorations are still ongoing. So that is why one of the areas that the Auditor General wanted to concentrate on is the mining of sand and gravel. So hence we are doing the monitoring of the mining sites by the geology department. The topic was selected through the risk assessment metrics and in 2023, and this audit is to be completed around October of this year. This is a very important milestone because when the SAI started interacting in the EI sector, the plan was, and we assured AFROSAI-E that in 5 years we'll be able to build capacity in this sector. We'll be able to come up with an audit, and the SAI is trying to make sure that this is done. So hopefully by the end of this year we'll have the first EI audit. I think that is all from us. Asante, Sana. Maybe questions?
Sorry, I'm just thinking if we could just jot down the questions and comments and do a comment plenary after all presentations. Is that okay? Thank you. So bye, just stay put later. Now I invite Kenyan representative for presentation. please come and give us your size. And while he's coming, I can maybe just share. You also had an excursion to the sand, 2 companies for this year, isn't it? That was also really good to see how they are dredging the sand. So one was from the sea and the other one was from land. Thank you so much. So Kenya, you're welcome.
Esther, I think before Kenya go on with their presentation, we have a comment from Baba just to complement what Bai has been saying. I'll read the comment as it is. Baba says that they've been working very closely with AFROSAI-E during the formation of their EI working group. They have agreed that their calendar meetings should be shared with AFROSAI-E, where Esther will form part of the engagement or the meetings as they go throughout their audit. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going to make a presentation on behalf of my colleagues on where we are as SAI Kenya. All right. All right. Now, as Kenya, maybe can move to the. We have been doing one of the audits that we have actually carried out is on performance audit during the financial year earlier than 2022-23. We have been able to do 5 financial performance audits. The last one being monitoring of artisanal mining operations. This one was actually highlighted by the media very recently. However, we have not been able to do a performance audit in the last financial year because of various factors, which we'll go into later. But however, we have some plans on future performance audits. Mainly on energy efficiency of public buildings and the reliability of power distribution by our Kenya Power Company. These ones are given what has been happening in the extractive industry. I'm sure we may be able to add 1 or 2 other audits on performance during the financial year. However, we have been able to do much on extractive industries in areas of compliance and financial audit, mainly under the State Department of Mining. We have been carrying out compliance audits on revenue statements. The main thing is we rely mainly on, we have the recent Mining Act of 2016, and the regulations of 2017, which we have been looking at on the compliance by the government on issues like licensing, issues of permits, revocation of the same, and disclosures on areas of where mining activities are happening. So that one we have been doing yearly. These reports are there. They have been tabled in Parliament and they have been discussed. So on areas of compliance audit and at the State Department of Mining, we are a step. Also, we have been doing much also under the Ministry of Petroleum, mainly under NOC. As you can see, we have under NOC, we have the geology and geophysics and geochemistry data, which is actually maintained under NOC, and also data management. We also have been having some community engagement done also under the ministry on areas that exploration is taking place. So those reports are there every for the compliance and financial audits. So as far as extractive industry audit is concerned, under State Department of Petroleum, we have been doing that. the other thing also is on future compliance audits that we also want to undertake. This is also based on our management, our act, the Mining Act and the regulation thereof. Therein is on the allocation of royalties from the mining sector, assessment of capital gains payment, and effectiveness on the mining cadastral system. This is the system that actually maintains the licenses and permits. So that one is a future compliance audit that we want to undertake. Going forward on stakeholders engagement, yeah, we had a meeting with which brought in all stakeholders, people from the mining industry, the media, the people from the energy sector, the energy ministry, which was facilitated by AFROSAI-E in Nairobi. So that engagement has been ongoing and we had a meeting on it. And of course, there was an action plan that was actually developed. And what has not yet been finalized is a strategy, but it is at an advanced stage. I believe that will be completed very soon. Our thing is on capacity building on AI. Of course, we have had our staff attending this training to build capacity. We have staff attending trainings in India and South Africa. We have also had collaboration between the people working in the performance audit and the guys working in the financial audit to try and bring in the knowledge together and try and work as a team, as opposed to everyone coming up with a different report on everything. So sharing knowledge, sharing experiences. So that has been happening. Also, we have also had our staff also supporting some SAIs, going as far as SAI Guyana to support our colleagues there and also share experiences. I'd like to end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While AFROSAI-E is projecting, I think I can allow one question for Kenya and the Gambia. Is there any question or comment? Do I see? Oh, you are good? Yes, so Kenya has been also doing the risk assessment together with AFROSAI-E, and a number of SAIs are supporting in also facilitating AFROSAI-E risk assessment workshops, including Kenya. So that's very good. Which one are we going with now, Fencer? Is it Sierra Leone? So there were no questions for the Gambia or Kenya. We're very clear. And what we see now from the slides is you're also giving us information on the way forward. So that would also form part of the next session on way forward. So welcome, Mr. Lansana.
You are not getting question because we have been networking. All these sites have been networking. Yes, exactly. This is just going to complement what others have said, so it's going to be very quick. Of course, I'm Maury Lansana, Chief. Don't bother yourself, just say Chief. It seems as if he doesn't want to work. Offensive. No?
It's not projecting.
It's not projecting.
No, it is. Okay, let's see.
Okay, it has started. Okay.
It's just a bit slow.
So the activities will go the plan work, and then the intervention. Our intervention, we've done some. We've actually started this since 2006 with the support from the Norwegian team and AFROSAI-E. We are still growing. So look at two key areas. The discussion will be around two key areas: the development of the EI risk register, which is ongoing, and then the establishment and the meetings of the sector group. For us, the setup group comprises of 7 members, which is the focus sector. But we also have 30 members in the bigger sector. So we have 2. The focus sector is actually where the strategic decisions are taken. We have the coordinator, my very self, a solid secretary, Mr. Mango, and other team members. And they are from the various types of audit that we do, performance, compliance, and financial. And also they are represented in all the regions. We have 4 regions. So we have staff from the southeast, north, and the western area. Additionally, with the knowledge gained from the sector operation, they are also assisting in not only the EI sector now. The broader picture looks at the audit sector of itself. So we have sector for agriculture based on the knowledge from the EI sector. We have people that actually focuses on agricultural sector, the health sector, the education sector, and then we communicate these to our various audit teams. But these are our activities between last year to date. Of course, the risk register that we've done, and the topics based on the information we gather. And this register was actually developed from a workshop we held with all the players. Thanks to AFROSAI-E, they actually came in country, and then it was a 2 days workshop. After that workshop, the workshop was healthy because there are a lot of discussions, and after that workshop, we have other follow-up meetings with those players, and it was a back and forth thing. But for now, I think we are there with the register, and from what we gathered, we have been in position to look at some topics that was agreed with the sector players, and those information we intend to submit them to AFROSAI-E this July, so that we get feedback and comment from them, so that we can incorporate those comments. So this July, probably by next week when we get back, we'll be in position to communicate those to you for review and then for comments. And then we intend doing at least 1 EI audit. We've not done any between last year to date because sometime since we started the EI between 2018 to 2022, we've done about between 4 and 5 EI audits. 1 that was performance audit procedure, and the others were either financial or compliance, but no action on them. But however, we started seeing some action, no action from the point of the parliamentarian, because we do submit our reports to parliament. They've never deliberated on those reports. We've started seeing some action by the sector players on some of the recommendations that were made. So that has triggered the AG to ask us to do a follow-up on those audit issues. So we'll be doing a follow-up exercise between September and December on those 5 audits, and then the outcome of the follow-up will now be communicated. And then for the sector group team, we continue to build capacity. In fact, as I'm here, whatever knowledge we are getting here, we are communicating. Some of them are part of the online meeting, so we don't wait. It's no longer talk. We have to walk the talk. Our meetings are monthly. The meeting schedule will be shared. We had wanted to test the waters internally so that we know what are the challenges we'll be having with it. Then once it is shared at AFROSAI-E, they will know those challenges will have been overcome. So we intend to invite AFROSAI-E for our first meeting, Moso Esther, in July. So in July we will communicate, and then so that they witness our first meetings. Who are we networking with? The external players, of course, the Norwegian audit, national audit, and then AFROSAI-E, and then of course SAI Uganda. I said we have been networking, so that's why you are not seeing much questions. So we network a lot. The internal players, the CSOs, the citizens, the accountability sector, based on the workshop that I explained, The country team for the EITI, in fact, we play a key role within that EITI sector, because the risk there is that if you allow some of these things to go unattended to, then it's just going to end up with explanation. So what we do there is that we are not auditing the companies like I had this few days, some sites do. We don't. But the slate is so powerful that they look into the submissions that are made by companies, mining companies, and those that are made by government. So we are part of the MSG, that is the multi-stakeholder group wherein we do validate the information. Normally the audits are done on an annual basis, so we don't wait till the end of the year. So as the information comes in, the team is there to validate those information. So it becomes very easier for us. And other stakeholders, sector players, we are networking with them. The impact, what has been the impact of this intervention? It has brought some awareness raising on the work of the SAI, more so on EI. Based on the recommendations that were in some of the audit that we did, in the development of the Mines and Minerals Act, it was the Mines and Minerals Act of 2029, but we now have the 2022. They actually took into consideration one key requirement leading to benefit that gets to the landowners, wherein it was just a 10% that was going to the landowners, and then 10% to paramount chiefs, 10% to chiefdom councils. But now we said no, if the people are owning the land, and this is where the mine is being done, that was our recommendation, then they should have the greater share. So in the new act, instead of sharing, it is just 70% now goes to the landowners, and then the 30% will go to the development of the council. Then of course, there was a hold on one of the topics that we selected sometime in 2019 to do transfer pricing EI audit, but there was no transfer pricing regulations. So when we noticed that, we have to communicate with the the Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance. That has now been done, and it is now matured. So that's the more reason transfer price is one area that we want to capacitate ourselves in, so that we start to hit hard. This is our identified training needs. So based on all this engagement that we are doing, we are being in position so that we don't wait for AFROSAI-E to come. We are having this package and we share with our networking, so that in any of these, when you see opportunities here, remember Sierra Leone. Training on transfer pricing, that is the short term, the medium term is on the beneficial ownership, and the long term is this energy transition thing. We've talked of change management. So I will leave you this last word from Irving Toffler. He said, the literate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. For Sierra Leone, we are ready to unlearn if there are new things that are coming in. We will relearn and we will learn. With these few words, una thank you. Thanks.
Let's give Chief a big hand. Thank you so much. While Offense is projecting for South Sudan, you can get ready. I can just say I cannot agree more on this learn, unlearn, and relearn. It is really important. And another thing I can emphasize on is the engagement with your stakeholders. I was personally in the Gambia workshop and Sierra Leone workshop, and both, it was so good stakeholder engagement, and it's so beneficial for you to have that relationship and bring them together. What you also realize is that sometimes they're operating in silos, and it's also beneficial for them actually to come together. Thank you so much. Looks like South Sudan is ready. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, or let me say good morning. I am Alfred Benerato from AFROSAI, South Sudan. I am here to present my topic on behalf of my group. My topic is to preview about EI audit inside South Sudan. This is our mandate to conduct audit on public sector entities. We have National Audit Chamber Act 186, Section 2, Section 7, and Section 10 of, and this is also the regulation and policies. We have Petroleum Local Contents Regulation 019 and Unified Human Resource Policy Manual 2020. This is our guideline. We are using EI guideline and others like policies and legal framework, government activities decision to explore and extract, award of contracts and licenses, monitoring of operations, assessment and location of revenue, revenue management and allocation, implementation of sustainable policies. Now this is our status on EI audit. We have 3 tasks. Number 1, audit of 3% fund allocated to Ministry of Petroleum. Now the management letter, it is now out for number 1, and it is under quality control assurance at a high level. We have also management of petroleum revenue accounts. Now the management letter is prepared by the team. Let me say it is ready now. We have compliance audit, environment audit cost on impact of operations to environment in oil operations. The subject matter is payment of contracts. The cost of audit is 11.4 million paid by GOCs as recovering cost. We are now in reporting stage, and the scope from Feb 2023 to June 2024. As I say, we are now in the reporting stage. Let me say, oh God bless South Sudan, and thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Tanzania is next, but just a clarification from you on the 11.4, what currency is it? Is South Sudan
it is USD.
USD, thank you. It helps to understand in which context.
Yeah, it is USD.
Okay, so you get your audit cost covered on the cost recovery. I didn't get it clearly. But no, I didn't get clearly. Can you just emphasize? So while we are waiting, so what is that? Maybe okay, we can bring the slide back. That's fine. Thank you so much. Let's give him another big hand. Who is Tanzania's representative? You're welcome.
Thank you, Esther. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ramazan Mwenda. and today I'm pleased to present to you on audit progress and activity within extractive industry unit, AFROSAI-E Tanzania. So today I'll focus on the progress and advancement of our audit processes and key strategic plans, and also significant activities that are within extractive unit at AFROSAI-E Tanzania. As you can see on the chart, our extractive unit at AFROSAI-E Tanzania have shown the significant increase on audit reports over the years, particularly on the 2018-2019. And since we are based on the last year activities, our extractive industry units were able to table the 6 reports on the last financial year, as you can see on the chart, on the year 2002 to 2003. Moving on the next slide, as you can see, there are 2 ongoing audits that are still on review stages, which are not yet signed by the CIG, and that includes the technical audit on the geothermal project and also the local content on mining sectors. These are the ongoing, still on early stage of review. Apart from that, as other sides, our extractive unit also have the strategic plan from 2021 to 2026, and eventually from those strategic plan, we come with an annual plan that give us the audit topics which are to be conducted in a particular year. So as you can see on the screen there, those are the some of the audit topics that we are about to conduct on the financial year that 2023-2024, and you can see we have the compliance audit on the management and utilization of geological data and resources, and the main audit here is the GST, which is a Geological Survey of Tanzania, and also we have the compliance audit on regulation and the oversight of the petroleum and natural gas transmission and distribution. The main audit here is a regulatory authority, which is EWURA on downstream. Aside from that, we have the audit topic that named that awarding a process and license and the PSA monitoring in environmental and data management. And here the main audit is a regulatory on based on the upstream, which is PURA. The last one but not least, it is the assessment of the process used by the STAMICO to evaluate and approve the investment in mining and related activities. Here the main auditee is the state of mining of Tanzania, which is STAMICO. And these are the future audit plan that we have, which is being conducted on the financial year 2023-2024. Seeing the importance of the engagement with stakeholders, for the last year, we had 2 successful workshops with a partnership. The first one with GIZ, and the second one is with AFROSAI-E. And the sector player that we are include the PURA, EWURA, STAMICO, and TRA. Also for the workshop that we had with the AFROSAI-E partnership, we were able to participate. Participants which were BOT, Mining Commission, TATE, TPDC, and Haki la Rasilimali. So from these 2 successful workshops, we are able to come up with a risk mapping and risk assessment, which we are continuing on improving it on a yearly basis. Come on the last but not least, as other sides, Tanzania SAI, extractive industry unit, we have a pilot at the sector group, and our sector group has been comprised of 4 geologists 1 civil engineer, 1 performance audit, 1 lawyer, and 4 financial auditors. So this is a pilot, and we have planned to meet on quarterly basis. And for our first meeting will be on September this year. On my conclusion, our extractive industry unit at SAI Tanzania has made substantial progress in a strategic plan, our auditing process, and eventually the reports. It is our commitment to transparency and compliance and the continual improvement that remaining unwavering. Having said so, I'd like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you. I think it's Zambia who is next. While we are waiting for the slides to project, what I noticed from this presentation is they're going to audit on management of data, and I would just like to emphasize it's also very important to keep an eye on who is owning the data, the ownership. There are issues. So with that, I'll just hand over to Zambia.
Thank you very much, Esther. My name is Chimfwembe Chipalo from SAI Zambia. I'll make this presentation. Okay, so our audit progress report for SAI Zambia. The outline is as follows. We look at the activities carried out in the period 2023-2024. We'll look at the issues raised and the outcome. And the second item will be to look at the other audit activities relating to the EI strategy status, the stakeholder engagement and risk assessment for SAI Zambia with regard to EI, and also piloting of sector group. So as per our mandate, we carried out the regularity audit of the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, which led to our observations being included in the paragraph in the Office of the Auditor General's main report, which was subsequently tabled in Parliament. The many issues, among others that came out, were the failure to collect outstanding area charges, loss of revenue on expired exploration, mining, and minerals processing licenses. We also observed that there were unlicensed entities and individuals conducting mining activities. So basically these are illegal miners, especially in the manganese and gold subsector. We also raised issues to do with submission of non-submission of production returns by mining houses. These are mining houses that would get permits, produce, export, but then they would declare new returns to the Zambia Revenue Authority. In terms of the outcome, following our recommendations and the PAC recommendations, and after making a follow-up, we have seen a reduction in the outstanding amounts relating to area charges, which we looked at as gone down by 10%. All expired mining and exploration licenses were cancelled and re-advertised. In terms of unlicensed entities conducting mining activities, we recommended that the legislators look at the legal framework that did not provide for penalties, but this has been done through an essay, and we expect that there'll be reduction in legal mining activities. For the returns, the Ministry of Mines has now a system whereby all mining houses are required to submit their returns online to the mining cadastre through Ministry of Mines. For the unaccounted for revenue, action was taken whereby officers that were involved were dismissed, and the cases have since been handed over to the Anti-Corruption Commission for possible prosecution. Did we conduct any audit that is not yet tabled? We did not. Identification of audit topic for the future. We are looking at conducting compliance audit on the process of revenue collection. So this will cover basically looking at the production quantities and then marrying them to the mineral royalty taxes that are being collected by the Zambia Revenue Authority. We also look at the export payments and other associated taxes. In terms of other EI activities, the EI strategy, at the moment, the strategy that was developed in 2017 expired in 2022. So currently we are reviewing it, and we are hoping that it will be done by the fourth quarter of this year. EI stakeholder engagement and risk assessment. We have an upcoming workshop which will be conducted between 22nd July to 26th July. Actually, Esther came through to Zambia about 2 weeks ago for the preparatory meetings that were very fruitful, and I'm sure this has been confirmed now. Maybe she can speak to that later. So during this meeting, there will be various actors from CSOs, from the ministry itself, Ministry of Mines. We have the Zambia Environmental Management Agency. We will have stakeholders from the Zambia Consolidated Mining Investment Holdings. So the attendees from our side will be drawn from auditors under financial audits, compliance audit, as well as performance auditors. So that's it from SAI Zambia on the progress.
A big hand. Thank you so much. Sorry about but main thing is what you are conveying. The next is Nigeria while we are waiting for them. In that upcoming workshop, one of the stakeholders that are going to be invited, from what I know, is also local councils, which I think it hasn't been on the other EI workshop. So that's a takeaway for next workshops. Consider also to invite them, the local authorities, local government, whenever it is relevant. So since the workshop hasn't been held yet, we don't know how, but I am quite sure they have also valuable input on in that regard. What I saw was, okay, well, I'll save the questions till later. The Nigerian Arsana is ready, so it's over there. Please welcome. Okay.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present on the SAI Nigeria extractive industries. So far, SAI Nigeria joined a working group on the audit of extractive industries in 2014, when it was first launched by the AFROSAI Working Group Secretariat in Uganda, which I was part of the process. I was part of the Nigerian team, and the journey has been so far so good. As the team comprised of about 3 of us, but at the moment 2 have left, 1 has retired. At the moment, I'm the one championing the cause of extractive industries audit inside Nigeria. So we had our SAI mandate and vision. At the same time, we developed our SAI extractive industries mandate, SAI extractive industries vision. And at the same time, we also have, we're also enshrined in our constitution, certain sections of our constitution, whereby it says we can audit our extractive industries sector. And another challenge is that our audit bill is yet to be passed. And it's not yet passed by our National Assembly. We've had several challenges. Had it been it is passed, we may have upper hand in the audit of extractive industries, because these sections of the Constitution are like a follow-up section. The first section says we cannot audit them. Then the second section says if there are issues, we can audit them. So this has been an era of misinterpretations. So some auditees tend to say we can't audit them. They just use the first clause. Meanwhile, the second clause says, where it says we should not audit them, there will be auditors assigned. That's those private auditors that have been given licenses by Auditor General to audit the oil and gas sector or other agencies. That is corporations and agencies. So whenever these agencies feel that they have these private auditors auditing them, they feel the Office of the General should not be there to audit them. They are only there to vet on their financial statements. But with the coming of the AFROSAI WEGA, it has broadened our course in the audit of extractive industries. So the other further sections of the Constitution says we can audit them whenever there are problems. And we discovered that there has been lingering problems in our extractive industry sector, unending problems that has kept on expanding beyond our own imagination, and which has had negative impacts on our economy. So based on that, the Section 82 and Section 84 of the Constitution has empowered us to conduct performance audit and any other kind of audit in the extractive industries sector. So based on this issue, we had the issue of crude oil losses, which became a national issue or even a global issue. Nigeria has been a member of OPEC since in the 70s to date. For as a member of OPEC, not meeting up its quota, its production quota, has become a source of concern. And previously, as we all know, Nigeria has been under the military regime era. And now later on, for the past, since 1999 to date, it has been under democracy. So we tend to look at certain things. Under the military, we had even up to 3 million quotas per daily production. Now we're under democracy. We're having 2.2 million barrels at the greatest peak. Now it has fallen to 1 million barrels under democratic government. So it becomes a serious source of concern. So weighing the pros and cons, we're under democracy and yet we cannot even protect our resources. We cannot even meet up our international OPEC quota, being a member of the quota since of OPEC since in the 70s. So it has become like a national sort of like a disgrace, sorry to say, because it's unimaginable for a country to belong to OPEC and now coming to fall short of it due to reasons that are unimaginable. The government declared it was theft. For a government to declare that there is theft of crude oil, which means it has acknowledged something is happening there, but the government has failed to put necessary measures to curtail such issues. So what the government did, they passed an act, Petroleum Industry Act. That is the new act that is the act that is meant to monitor the oil and gas sector, both the upstream and the downstream. So based on the PIA Act, 18 agencies were being created. Agencies are like Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission that is meant to monitor the crude oil, monitor the upstream oil and gas sector. That's the onshore and the offshore. So based on the lingering issues, we decided to launch an audit on the crude oil losses in the Nigerian upstream oil and gas sector. So in the course of the audit, we engaged with the organization. We had meetings with them, entrance meeting. We engaged with the heads of the organization. So in the course of the audit, we were supposed to commence our field study to go to the various oil export terminals where it was declared that Nigeria is why the losses actually occurred. And because this was evident in the media reports, as the number of losses in the 3 major export terminals were already declared. So we wanted to visit the terminals to have an interaction with the terminal manager to see what was happening. But prior to that situation, we had interaction with the engineers of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. They told us that what is happening, how does theft happens between the oil producing drilling sites. There are pipelines that are there that will lead to the export terminal. So they told us theft usually happens within those when the crude has been taken out from the oil production site, when it is being taken through the pipes to the export terminal. That is where the theft happens. So that was what they confirmed to us based on our interaction with them. And what usually happens? They told us all those pipes are in the creeks, and it's usually the oil producing communities. As we are talking about conflict minerals, in our own case, such things happen with connival with communities. It happens within the oil producing communities. So they tend to break the pipelines or try to at times try to connect to their jetties, to their ships. Before you know it, they are taken into to the sea, because all those oil producing areas are at the coastlines. So it's very easy for them to break the pipelines or to try to get a leaking point from the pipelines to divert the oil. So the oil, the terminals will not receive the desired quantity. Meanwhile, the actual quantity, maybe 100,000 barrels has left the production site. But at the terminal, they'll be receiving 10,000. So this is what happens. In between the line, at the center, they tend to divert the oil. So in-depth investigation reveals that there used to be like conniver within the oil and gas sector. But in the course of our audit, we try to see how we can revalidate such statements with evidences. Although we know that it's going to be difficult to have such evidences. But with what we are seeing, from time to time, we'll be seeing crude oil theft, maybe crude oil bunkering certain ships that have been caught by the Nigerian Navy. So those are the evidences that we tend to tender. So this is what I've got to say about this audit assignment, which the Office of the General is presently trying to execute with this with the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. And at the same time, apart from this, we also try to venture into the other sector of the economy which has been neglected. That's the Nigerian solid mineral sector. Nigeria, being an oil nation, made it to neglect the other sectors. Everything was all about oil, oil, oil. Meanwhile, the other resources were being neglected. So we're trying to venture another audit to see to make a study on the utilization of the solid mineral resources, because a lot is being happening. There has been illegal mining going on of gold and other resources, which has not been captured by government. The government has been neglecting the sector. So we're trying to see how the government would diversify, to see how other resources will be brought on board. So this is just what I've got to say. And then finally, we need training. We have training gaps at our side. We needed support from the international donors, like funding support, training support, so that we can motivate more staff to be on the extractive industry sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. Any questions or comments? I know you have been networking, and from what I hear from the chief, we have been networking, so we don't have any questions or comments. But from what you have been hearing, you are welcome. If you have, is it too much to take in? But thank you so much. It has been very valuable information. So the whole idea with this session is that it's experience sharing, and you learn from each other. So I think there came quite good information from all the sides. Was there anyone here? Yes. Okay, offensive.
Yes, we have a comment from Baba.
Okay.
He says that, or he sends his thanks to Sai Kenya, noting that they have done an audit, a performance audit on monitoring of mines. And he stated that they're going the same route, so he knows when they need support, who they'll fall back on. So Sai Kenya, I think you'll be getting emails or calls from Sai the Gambia. Yeah.
So you see the impact of your sharing, how you see immediate effect. Of course, sorry, I forgot online members. Please drop your questions or comments. But while we are waiting, I thought, let me just bring out some of the key issues. All of what you have brought are important, but due to time's sake and what I think is good to bring, maybe not all of the SAIs are member of EITI, but from our experience from the workshops is that when you also invite them, and it's important to also go through their reports, even though if you don't have that much interaction. Those reports and that interaction, that provides valuable information input for your risk assessments. So that's what I would like to bring out. And I remember particularly from Sierra Leone when they did a presentation and also the validation process. That's very good. And I noticed Sierra Leone had got very high score, even more than Norway. So congratulations with that. The only thing that was bringing down a little bit was the beneficial ownership, if I remember correct, and you're confirming it. So that is very also key to remember the transparency issue. So that one you still got a little bit to go, and I see you have that on your slides and on your plan. On the Nigeria, you shared this theft of oil, which from what I recall it has been there for many years and many accidents have also been. So question could be, what about the monitoring? Who is monitoring this process? So maybe that's just what comes immediately to my mind. If you have any role as a SAI, you can question, okay, but if there was some monitoring process, would it still happen? You don't have to answer. And also what you brought out is important. When you have both oil and gas and mining, you kind of get maybe skewed to the biggest one. And maybe issues are also on the other one. So don't forget when you have both oil and gas and mining. I think it's important to not forget the other and think it's not contributing enough to the GDP or it's not material enough. But remember, our materiality is not as just in quantitative. It's also qualitative. But also what is important to report to your parliament, that would be environmental issues, for example, isn't it? Mining is impacting, it has great effect on environment. So I think that's very good that you brought that up. On the EI strategy, some of you have mentioned it, but I would also like to emphasize that's very key that you all have an EI strategy. So if you have not focused on this, just take as a takeaway, EI strategy is important for your size. Some have it and updating and some are working on it. And for those who are piloting on the sector group, so now we are 6 size, but we will form sub-regional networking groups, like it will be East, West, and South, and then you can work together, and at the top there will be a network group for all of the sectors. So we had one experience sharing meeting already in April where 45 joined, so that was experience sharing from Norway, but you have that one meeting already. So in that regard, you can also continue with your experience sharing. My point is, it's not something only happening here and now, okay? And maybe later it can also be online activity later for all of the members. Yeah, so I think I would like to stop on that note. If there are any other pressing comments or questions, or if not, I would, oh, sorry, I didn't see.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thank you for all the presentations. But I'm particularly interested or keen in the networking aspect. This is something we have to take home. More so when it comes to experience sharing. The experience sharing is not just telling us about it, but the experience gained in conducting those audits. I think it's what we should document and then share with colleagues. Asanat from Nigeria mentioned a couple of challenges that they are facing. That is based on our experience. Those challenges, we should document them and then share with colleagues. Asanat from Nigeria mentioned a couple of challenges that they are facing. That is based on our experience. Those challenges, we should document them and then share with colleagues. should be communicated to other colleagues so that they can provide solutions on how they've overcome such challenges in the past. I think that's how the network should be looked at. It's not just the type of audit that you are doing. No. So let's improve on the networking that we are doing. That's what I'm trying to say. That should be a take-home for all of us. I've also learned from the presentation from SAI Tanzania. Because if you look at their own focus group, they have experts in other disciplines in that group, not just auditors. For most of us, it's just the financial compliance and performance auditors. But for them, they have lawyers, they have geologists, they have engineers. So that's a good take home for us. And that I just said to my assistant that when I'm home, I'll try to see how best we can also start advertising so that we get some of these experts on board to help us conduct the work that we do. And then one last thing that I think we should take home. Yes, we are doing a very good job. The areas that you've selected for audit is also fine. They are nice. But remember, we have a theme for this workshop. Resource governance, and how that will benefit the citizens. We are doing all these revenue audits, fine. The compliance aspects, fine. But we should go beyond, as I advised yesterday. You are looking at the financial, the revenue that was, the 3% that was paid for South Sudan. When the company or the government receive it, how has that 3% revenue that they generated has impacted on the lives of our people? We have to tie it to the ESI 12. It's not just a matter of making a recommendation, oh, the revenues were not collected, this was missing. No. We have to go. For the little that the government received, or the local councils, as Esther mentioned, that where these minings are taking place, the little that they receive, how is that translated on the lives of our people? It's also important. So I'll also encourage you to take that aspect home. When you are doing extractive industry, you don't only focus on the payments aspect, but focus on the benefit to our people and to the community in which these mining activities are taking place. Because that's the only way we'll make a difference in the lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AJ. That was very well said and summarized. So your audit should make an impact on the life of the citizens. What I would just like to close by saying is that, remember, it should be risk-based audits, so that's why you do these workshops and the risk assessment and go where the risk is. So thank you so much, and I will hand over to Nikki for the next session.
Before you close,
we've still got more comments.
I think there are two questions.
Okay, so
from Sai Rwanda. The second person didn't mention the Sai, but the question is: are there any suggestions on the training framework? I think it's directed to the Secretariat to say that is there suggestions on the training framework. Then the second comment, Monday says that nice presentations from all sides. I would like to request AFROSAI-E to engage more. Sai Rwanda on the audit of extractive industries. We do conduct performance audits on mining sector, but not particularly strategized in the perspective of extractive industries. My take from this session is to have an EI strategy and work plan, which I believe will be crucial in our SAI. Thank you.
So I can just say thank you to the comments from Sai Rwanda. On the, Nikki, you have something to add on training framework?
Good afternoon again. I like the comment from Sai Rwanda because as AFROSAI-E, we always say when we are creating this platform for all the SAIs to share their experiences, it's because at the end of the day, we facilitate all these things for you as the SAIs to also learn from each other. And I think it was Sai Kenya who you had an audit on the monitoring of artisanal mining, if I'm not mistaken. I remember when we had an in-country visit for Sai Tanzania to say, as SAIs, if you know that a sister SAI has done an audit on a specific topic, there is no need for us to reinvent the wheel. We can share notes with each other. So I think that's part that I like the most. And when it comes to SAI Rwanda, obviously you are in our plans. Next year we're going to note that to have an in-country risk assessment for SAI Rwanda. And luckily, I'm the SAI champion for SAI Rwanda. So I'll take that into account. It's noted. All right. I see we're doing well with our time. And based on our presentations, I see that we've preempted most of our next session, which is the action plans. But for the sake of us consolidating the information as AFROSAI-E, we'll request that we send you the template, a draft template on the SAI action plan to say, I know most of the SAIs are also working on their strategies, right? And to say, go into your next strategy. What are some of the areas that you want to tackle when it comes to extractive industries? So we've sent you a template to try and work on that template in terms of the audits that you're planning to take forward in terms of your strategic plan going forward. So can we take 10 minutes? It's not going to take us long because we've already had presentations. And then after that, then I'll hand over to Josie and the host to close.
Let me just close on the previous session. There was a question from Sai India actually on the training framework, and maybe Josie will just respond quickly on that one.
Okay. Thank you very much. As we are aware that we have got the manuals, all those tools that were tabulated on the first day. And when is the curriculum issue?
Okay. Maybe
can you say more about it as well?
All right. Okay. As you might know that SAI Uganda is the chair of the working group on extractive industries, right? And in terms of their role is to also come up with the curriculum when it comes to extractive industries. I think in the next 2 weeks, we're going to be having a workshop. It's AFROSAI-E. We're going to be hosting SAI Uganda on the working group on extractive industry. So in terms of the members, they've already sent to the members. And that communication is distributed to everyone who's a member. And the curriculum, it covers most of the crucial issues that we have on the extractive industries. Maybe we can share the curriculum framework with the rest of the members that we have here. And the ones on online as well. So we'll share with SAI India. All right. Okay.
Sorry, I know you want to close the session, but I think this is really important. It's feedback from SAI Namibia. So I'll read out as it is from the comment. Great presentations. Do appreciate the status of EI audits. So at SAI Namibia, the SAI is about to finalize a pilot on gold mining, whereby 4 audit streams, performance, financial, compliance, and IS audits participated following each their own methodology. Then lessons learned: best to have only 1 audit stream for an EI audit, whereby that methodology will be followed based on the risk assessment on the value chain conducted. EI audit strategy is in progress and would conduct some benchmarking in the region to finalize, whilst ensuring that the EI function is well positioned and prioritized in the SAI. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sai Namibia. I think maybe another thing that I wanted to mention from feedback that we got on Monday from Sai Sierra Leone on the issue of collaboration. Please just drop us an email. If you have any topic that you want to collaborate on, please just let us know. And then we'll try and facilitate that. Because as AFROSAI-E, we'll also try to encourage the SAIs to have that support, a peer support from each other. So please just let us know when you have anything that you want to share with the other SAIs. All right. So can we take then 10 minutes to try and consolidate based on that action plan template? And then after that, I'll hand over to Josie and our host to close the meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. I see everyone is still working, hey? Psy Gambia. All right. With regards to the action plans, I will request that you send them to Offense, and then that's going to help us to consolidate so that we know which sides are doing what and what are the plans for the future. With that said, we've come to the end of our workshop. And I think from my side, I would like to thank you for coming through, and also our online colleagues. Egypt has been there consistently. Namibia, Rwanda, which other sides? Kenya is here physical and in spirit as well. So thank you so much. And for the others that I didn't mention, because they didn't mention their size. India as well, Libya, Egypt, Sierra Leone is here physical and in spirit as well. Thank you so much. I think, as we always say, like, without you, there's no AFROSAI-E. And I had a discussion with the AG yesterday to say we always ask for the resources. And I know Sierra Leone, when we ask for the resources, regardless of the peak period, they always release their own people. Tanzania as well, Ntia. I'll be calling Ntia even in the middle of the night. Please, can you release Qatar? Can you release Irene? And to the rest of the sites, we really appreciate it. And I know Macy, I think it's close to her heart, even when it comes to the regional resources, because she always say, you need to be able to duplicate yourself, and replicate whatever that you've learned, because at the end of the day, you are on the ground. And some of the issues that we might have as AFROSAI-E, they can come from a theoretical point of view, but you are on the ground, you can come with the practical issues. So with that said, I would like to thank you all for your participation, and to our very own host, Tanzania. Thank you so much. With that said, I would like to hand over to Josephine. Macy, I think Macy is online as well. I don't know if she's still there. Or she logged on and left.
I'm still here.
I don't know, Josephine, you start or Macy?
I'm still here.
Okay. I'd also like to hear from you, Macy.
Well, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's been a good week, and I really want to thank everybody that came out and make this a success. Personally, I have learned quite a bit from it, and as always, I'm really, really proud of the AFROSAI-E team for organizing this and the good work that has been done. And Nikki, Puti, Offense, you guys really make me proud. And thanks so much, Sai Norway, for always sharing with us the good work that you are doing. I really, really look forward to AFROSAI-E improving our countries through this good work that we have done. I've listened this morning how SAIS shared the work that they are doing on extractive industries, the findings that are coming out from these audits of extractive industries. And I must say, I'm really, really proud, and especially that other SAIS from other regions will be learning from us as well. I heard when Esther mentioned that Sierra Leone in some areas is doing better than Norway. And it just shows that if we are dedicated and we put our efforts into it, we definitely will be better than the masters in these areas. So I would like to encourage you all to show what AFROSAI-E is all about. Nikki mentioned that we need to share what we are doing. We need to learn from one another. We need to reach out to one another. There was a suggestion that we need to create a platform for sharing and engaging. Earlier in the week, that SAIs are not necessarily talking to one another. So let's create that platform, Nikki. Let's take the challenge and create the platform where SAIs engage thoroughly and they learn from one another and they know what each other is doing, the kind of findings that are coming out, the kind of findings that are being responded to, and how countries are responding to these findings that are being raised, so that we can improve the impact of the size and the relevance of the size as well, which is quite important. And thanks for giving me this opportunity. All the best.
Josie, see you before I hand over to our host.
Thank you so much. Macy has said it all. I just want to go back to what we said in our announcements when we invited everyone for this workshop. We had outlined 4 areas that we wanted to focus on. The first one was the issue of sustainability reporting. Did we cover it? Did we cover sustainability reporting? Okay. The second one was the issue of resource reserves evaluation. Yes? Okay. The third one was anti-corruption measures. And the fourth one was digitalization and cybersecurity. Oh, so are you happy that we've covered all the areas? So can we clap hands? Our workshop has been successful. I think Macy has really thanked everyone, our hosts, our partners, and of course, I also want to thank our hosts for yesterday's excursion. And in general, you know, we had a nice day yesterday. Wow. How did you like Cocoa Beach? And that wonderful dinner yesterday evening. Everything has been so great. And you know what? It's freezing in Pretoria. Look at offense. Someone has to adopt offense. You are telling me during the break, Josephine, what can we do? It's freezing out there. Do you really need to go? Macy's here, maybe. Yeah, she can arrange something for offense. So really, I just want also just on my own behalf to say thank you so much, and to reiterate this issue of the resource governance for our citizens. We always talk about Intosai P12 value and benefits of size, and it will be good. I think AG Sierra Leone said something about that. If we can find a way of how we can mainstream this issue in the different areas that we are doing, how can you include this element of the citizens? Because in each of the areas that we are looking at, you can actually find a way to do that, which can really speak directly to the citizens and resonate with what is going on in their lives. And I also want to add thanks to the AFROSAI-E team. Can we clap hands for them? And a big hand for the NAOT team. Wow, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nikki. Back to you.
Asante sana, Juicy.
Asante sana.
Last but not least, I would like to request our host to join us in the podium. You're welcome, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Speaking on behalf of the Controller and Director General, thank you to everyone who has made this event successful. First and foremost, I would like to start registering our appreciation to AFROSAI for choosing SAI Tanzania to host this big event. To us, it's a great honor. You have so many members. You could have chosen any other. But this time, I think it was very lucky for us to have this event at our home. Thank you very much. And please feel free each time you want us to host an event like this one. I'll extend my appreciation as well to the AFROSAI-E, I mean the Secretariat, being the composition of AFROSAI-E and our staff from SAI Tanzania, the media people, the hotel and the logistics officers, for all the facilitations that you have offered to this event. Thanks to the participating SAIs from Sierra Leone, SAI Kenya, SAI Gambia, Nigeria, Zambia, Tanzania, South Sudan, Norway, and others who attended online. I've managed to capture a few of them: SAI Rwanda, SAI Uganda, SAI Namibia, SAI India, Libya, Egypt, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and the rest. It was a very big event. Thank you very much for sparing your time to attend this important event. I would like to emphasize on the importance of the sector. Few words just to emphasize on the importance of the sector. Much have been said, but the point that we can take home is as the importance of the sector. One of them is the job creation. We have noted from the presentations that EI has a significant contribution to GDP. So it's one, as we are using this risk-based approaches of audit, obvious this one comes out as an important area of consideration. You know, we have spoken about the local content, how it engages people in terms of job, in terms of supplies and the like. So it's one of the areas that we should always keep our eyes open to make sure things are moving smoothly. Another point that is very important that we need to take home is that the resources are not renewable. So as the time these resources get extracted, obvious we don't expect to get them in the future generation. Now, what does that tell us to size? We need to make best use of them for the future generations to benefit as well. I like the models that some of the countries have taken, like creating this reserve fund or something, such that today we see the minerals, we see the petroleum product, we see the gas, but in the future probably the resources won't be there. But we want the future generation at least to have a touch of what was on the ground in the previous times. So the point of emphasis is to make best use as we extract the resources now. We had a number of technical sessions, very fruitful discussion, very engaging, starting with the keynote address whereby we engaged some panelists to make reflections. We have looked at the role of AFROSAI from 2019 to 2024 and the forward looking of it. At least we managed to get time to evaluate as participants. Issues of anti-corruption, very important, resource reserve evaluation, the like. I'm happy to note that you have enjoyed the excursion that took place yesterday. That was to link the theoretical part that we are having here and the practical things on the ground, at least so that you get the solid stuff when you go back home. Today we managed to get to share some country experiences, very important. As the AG from Sierra Leone was saying, now it's time to expand on what we are sharing. Apart from saying, you know, we have done this audit and that, but what are we experiencing on the ground when we are conducting those audits? I think that is the important subjects that we need to share, so that when we are when we face the challenges, at least you can remember these challenges were once experienced by, say, Nigeria. How did they get out of that? So that will be important lessons, and I think worth of our affairs traveling here. Yes, as SAI, we have a role. Reflecting on our mandates, it shows that our role is very important to the lives of people. Yes, that is a very noble responsibility. And as SAIs, we need to take that as the God's gift to have a responsibility of doing something which reflects on the lives of the people. However, the mandates that we have in the constitutions on the laws sometimes are challenged. They are challenged. If you look at the PSAs, PSCs, the MDAs, sometimes they exclude the role of the Auditor Generals. It's very important to think of harmonizing the mandate provided in the constitution of the laws and the limitations that probably may be imposed through the PSCs or PSAs. As auditors, we find ourselves out of the game once we start thinking of auditing the reserves. Because these investors, they'll tell you to go back and look on the PSC or PSA or MDA. And when you look there, no right of audit. So what can we do now? We have entered in those contracts. Okay, nothing can be done. Maybe our role as auditors is to advise the government that when we enter the contracts like this, please consider the role of the supreme audit institutions. We do audit the performance, the value for money, financial and compliance, and I heard others are also conducting the comprehensive audit. It's very important to prepare your audit reflecting on the type of risks that you want to address. In that case, we have to train ourselves to match the pace of the industry practices and the technology challenges as well. Few takeaways, ladies and gentlemen. 3 points I've noted as key takeaways. One is our SAIs are important in accountability chain, including the EI sector. And therefore, we have a role to citizens' well-being. 2, there are homework we have to do to be able to effectively audit the industry. We have discussed the issues of corruption, issues of technology, digital challenges, preserving data, who owns the data and the like, where are they stored. So there are issues around the sector and we have to get prepared. So I encourage AFROSAI-E and other partners to maintain the focus of helping SAIs as they are doing now. They have been very helpful, and at least the space that we are now, probably it would have been very different if AFROSAI has done nothing. So AFROSAI and the other partners, we really appreciate what you are doing. Thank you very much. By so saying, I declare now that the workshop is closed. Thank you and enjoy your trips back home. Thank you.
I've done it. Hello, everyone. As the previous speakers have said, we really appreciate AFROSAI coming here. It has been a pleasure, especially for us EI auditors. And we would like from now on, we network as our say. And when we network, make sure you get the challenges, you grab them, if they've done a certain topic which you have not done it, just get the detail of it. Just know what of some of the outcomes which you think you can try to see whenever you go and do that audit, so that we should all as auditors keep it in our mind. Now, I would like to say thank you again, asante sana, and it.
Thank you.